Hello, everybody. Today we are looking at the corporate governance, and this workshop is to help you about to prepare your examinations. Um, I think there are a number of things that you should get yourself familiarized with before you go to the examination venue. The first thing is that you have to understand what is your syllabus. I know most of the students or candidates they did not actually look at the syllabus at all. They just look at the notes given by the tutors or lecturers, or they just look at the study guide without having a closer look at the syllabus. In fact, syllabus is one of the most important documents that you should be aware of when you prepare your examinations. Now, secondly, it's about the examination structure. I think this is the part where most of the candidates are aware of before they go to the examination venue. The third and the fourth uh, aspect are really very important. You have to understand what the question is asking, and you have to know what sort of answer you will have to give to your examiner. I think in this workshop, we are helping you to understand the thought process of the examiner, actually, what he is thinking about, what he is expecting from you as uh, as a candidate, what he expects from you in the answer, what he wants from you, what he wants to see in your answer. By knowing yourself, by knowing your what the examiner is thinking, I think you can get yourself better prepared for the examinations. So just a very brief note in here is that the purpose of this workshop is not to give you any hints or any tips to the examinations. I'm not the examiner. I do not know about what the question will be asked in your particular diet. But if you get yourself well prepared, that shouldn't be any problem. And this workshop is just about how to improve your examination technique, how to improve your answer, make sure that you are aligning your thought process with those that of the examiner. So supposedly, in this workshop, we are not teaching you everything. We are not giving you another revisions of the whole syllabus. We're just highlighting those particular areas uh, that you need to be aware of when you are answering an examinations. Now, firstly, um, just briefly, we go through what the question is about. What is your syllabus, as I mentioned? Um, and this is your syllabus. This belongs to part one of your program. You can see that you're expected to allocate about 200 hours in your study. I mean, this is a recommended study hours. So if unless you study something like this before, if you are totally new to this subject, uh, the 200 hours, I think, is a minimum requirement. It's not a maximum requirement. Um, you, I know that some candidates really have no background at all. They do not understand company law, company structures, or whatever related to corporate governance. So for those candidates, you really need to spend quite a lot of time to master the subject because this is completely new to you. Some may have a different background. So maybe you know about law, you're an accountant, for example. In that case, you may need less time in your study. But this is the more or less the suggested or recommended time. So if you spend less than that, then probably you may not be revising your things adequately. I mean, most of the I mean, some of the comments from the examiner is that the candidate did not demonstrate sufficient knowledge on some subject matters. I think this 200 hours is a very basic requirement, right? Make sure you know every word in the syllabus. Make sure that you really understand what you're required, because your examiner will look at the syllabus when they set the questions. So let's take a look at uh, the the syllabus. So the first thing in the syllabus which says is that it belongs to part one of the program of the CGQP program. Actually, uh, there's an explanation, and it is that the part one of the program aims at building your technical knowledge. So in that case, what you need to demonstrate to the examiner is that you do have this technical knowledge, right, in relations to corporate governance, or in relations to compliance matters for this subject. I mean, for law, of course, you have to demonstrate your technical knowledge for company law, for example. So the requirement is a little bit different from that in part two. Part two, actually, they are asking, they're seeking to enhance your comprehensive understanding of the strategy, risk, and boardroom dynamic, etc., etc. So there's a little bit difference in the requirement, and as a part one program, the requirement really is on your technical knowledge. So in that case, the examiner is looking at whether you can show him that you do have this technical knowledge in this subject matters. Now, another thing is that I would like to remind you to check your syllabus. Whichever examinations you are taking, you should check whether your examination syllabus has been updated, whether your study material has been updated. And you can see this is an example for the November 2022 examinations. So in the website, they do show you that the syllabus has been updated. So every time you should check about this before you go to the examination room, so that you are studying the latest subject, also the latest syllabus, and not the old one. Otherwise, you may have missed out some of the topics. So it's very important that you use the latest subject, because some of the students, I know that they may study the subject for a while, and they may, because of their work or whatever, they have to stop and then delay or postpone the examination or the study for a year or so. And then when they come back and want to redo the thing again, the whole syllabus has been, not the whole syllabus, but as part of the syllabus has been changed, and they're not aware of that, So it's quite dangerous if you do not check your syllabus. Now, in the 2022 syllabus, there actually are something new, and they have rewritten or partially amend the learning outcomes in this subject. Now, you can see in here there are 5 learning outcomes. Now, what is learning outcomes? Learning outcomes are the things that you have to demonstrate to the examiner that you know these things. You're able to show that after studying the whole syllabus, also module, you should be able to show that this particular knowledge or this particular skill. Now, for example, the first one, you should be able to show the examiner you can do some research on some global, regional, and local informational sources like corporate governance and apply those informations. And you have to show that you are able to advise on the duties of directors and on the roles of the memberships, composition of the board within the legal and regulatory framework, and ethical standards. So ethical standards is something new that has been added to the outcome. So you can know that ethical standard is becoming more and more important now. So when you do your study, you have to check whether the ethical matters has been appeared in the syllabus or in your study materials. So that's something new and you should be aware of. And thirdly, you have to be able to apply the concept of disclosure. So you can see that when they mention these things, and actually in some of the questions, accountability, audit, transparency always comes up in the examinations, because this is the theme of this program or of this module. You have to understand CSR, corporate social responsibility, as well as stakeholder engagement. So you can see that these are the things that they think you should know more about. You should have a deeper technical knowledge on these things. And fourthly, you have to critically appraise and apply the corporate governance principles and best practices in relation to risk management. So the fourth outcome is related to the risk management. And as you can see, there are questions on risk management. And fifthly, you have to exercise judgment using your professional skill to solve practical issues and problems. And that would also include directors' remunerations, and also the shareholder engagement. As we will see later, questions has been asked on shareholder engagement, stakeholder engagement, and all these things, and as well as director remuneration. So these are very hot topics. So even in the learning material, you can see the focus of this module, the number of things that you really need to know very well before you go to the examination room. So as I've said earlier, you should be able to have the sufficient technical knowledge on these matters. So even from the learning outcome, you can see that the technical knowledge that is required will be something related to board, duties of directors, disclosures, CSR, stakeholder engagement, shareholder engagement, remunerations, and all these other things, So they give you some hints on the important areas that you should focus on. Now, when you look at the syllabus and the module outcome, they have allocated some time for each of the sections, right? So in here, how is it related to your examinations? The learning outcomes say that you have to spend 30% on, say, the learning outcome 2. Learning outcome 2 is this duties of director thing. And if they ask you to allocate 30%, that means you have to spend at least 60 hours to study this material, right? So, and marks may be allocated according to the weighting, but this doesn't mean that your examination, the marks will be allocated strictly according to this percentage, but you can see that it would be about 30% or more of the marks will be allocated on this learning outcome too. So that would be a more important learning outcome. So let's look at each of these sections one by one. So the first one, where you should allocate 25% of your time, would be in section A, which is about definition and issues in corporate governance, history or historical development of corporate governance, and the role of the company secretary or the governance professional in governance. So for the sake of this examination workshop, whenever I say company secretary, it also refers to governance professional. So that could also include the compliance officers or any other officers in that role. So I mean, when I say, I mean, so that I don't need to repeat every time corporate company secretary as well as governance professional. So whenever I mention company secretary, it could also refers to the governance professions, and there are other government issues. So I think your study guide is more or less structured according to the to these sections. There may be some little variations. So my advice is that you should also always check your syllabus with the study material or study guide. I know that you have access to the study guide, and check if all the terms in the syllabus have been included in the study guide. All right. So if not, then maybe you could be hiding somewhere in other chapters, but you should have some knowledge on every word in this particular syllabus. Now, learning outcome 2, as I've said, is related to the board of directors, and this is a little bit more important sections as it carry more weighting. So you should have a good understanding of the director's duties and powers, the role of membership of the board, and some of the questions related to the membership are really quite straightforward. But I still see that some candidates did not actually understand these things. So as I've said, you have to have technical knowledge. You should understand the role and membership requirement in the board as well as the committees, And even for the director's duties and powers, I would say that some candidates did not actually understand this before they go to the examination venue. And that is very disappointing to the examiner, because I think director's duty is something really, really basic. And if you do not demonstrate that you understand what's meant by director's duty, a chance is that the examiner will have some hesitation whether you can achieve the learning outcome or not. All right, and therefore you will be in a disadvantaged position. So on these sections, you should also understand the composition of the board, succession planning, and the board effectiveness. We'll go to questions on each of these sections in the syllabus one by one. And I just mentioned now that really students, some candidates did not actually understand what's meant by board evaluations, board effectiveness before they go to the examination room. So, I mean, that only indicates that you do either the candidates do not spend sufficient 200 hours in the study, or they just try to select some topics in the study. And this is not really advisable, because I will show this later on, because uh, you may not have sufficient choice when you are answering your questions. Now, number 3, section 3 is about financial reporting, external audit, the audit committee things. It's related to CSR, sustainability, and ethical issues. It's related to the corporate responsibility and reporting on non-financial services. Again, later on, we will look at some of the questions that are related to this section, so that you know what is required from the examiner. The fourth part of the syllabus is related to risk management and internal control. Now you can see that the percentage requirement or the weighting in this syllabus is only 10%. But that doesn't mean that they're not important. As we will see later on, questions has been repeatedly asked about risk management, internal control, and things like that. I think it's 10% because the amount of material is not as much as that of the section B, for example. Section B is 30%, so the amount of material is only 1/3 of that of the section B. So in this case, that's why it says it's 10%. But that doesn't mean that question will not be asked on this particular section. So if you miss this section, again, you will be in a very dangerous position. And fifthly, it is about corporate governance system itself, the control and other issues. So that carries 10%. It's related to shareholder rights, shareholder engagement. It's about remunerations, as well as the board engagement with the shareholders and other stakeholders. So that's about the system itself. That's about the relationship with the outsiders, or the relationship with the shareholders, and the various other miscellaneous issues. And again, as we can see, questions also pop up in relation to these sections. So just give you 2 examples of the examination. This is the November examinations. You can see that actually marks will be allocated to all these sections, from section A to section B. So basically, section A corresponds to learning outcome 1, section B to learning outcome 2, C, D, E to 3, 4, and 5, etc. But you can see that more marks are allocated to section B, because section B supposedly are more important, and more marks will be allocated to section B. But for the others, they have more or less the same weighting, okay, about 20% or 25% or so for the rest of the syllabus. So you can see that marks are really distributed fairly equally among the 5 sections of your syllabus. So you have an understanding by now that you can't miss any of the questions. I just skip this one first and take a look at the other one. This is again one which is one of the latest examination. And again, you can see that there are more weighting on section B, but for the rest of them, it is from 20% to 25%. So, I mean, all the other sections are also very important because they cover around at least 20% or 20 marks of your whole paper. So my question in here is, how would you prepare your examination in view of the distribution of the workload in here and in view of the mark allocations in here? I mean, so that's by looking at the syllabus itself, then you should understand that you should allocate more time, I think, on section B. For the rest of the thing, then I think you need to spend a more or less equal time on the rest of the syllabus. So that's about time management. That is about how you allocate your time when you do your revision. So make sure that you have covered all the syllabus in your revisions. So I'll just give you two more examples. Sometimes questions will be asked crossing different sections. For example, in this November paper, question 6 will cover both section B and section A. Now, why is this so important? Because if you just study section B without study section A, then of course you cannot. Sorry, I just missed. Yeah. So you cannot get all the marks in here. So you can see that among the 25 marks, there's a mix of section A and section B. So you don't say that, oh, I can only answer the question section B without knowing any answers to section A. Then that would be very dangerous because you will leave at least, I think, some marks of the questions. You cannot score any of the marks for the questions. I mean, that is quite dangerous. Of course, in here, they do not show the allocation of marks in here, but you can see that if you just you're just able to answer section B, then you will be losing quite a lot of marks in here. And also in question C, you can see that it's actually a mix of question section B and section C. So that makes the long question a little bit more difficult than the short questions, because long questions actually is a mix of, could be a mix of different sections. Sometimes they don't mix, just like, for example, this one, question in here is all about section D, and sometimes it's about section E. So it really depends. So don't think that there will be one question on section A, one question on section B, one question on section C, etc. So they can come up with different combinations. So that makes life even more difficult for you, and that's why when you prepare your examination, make sure that you have revised all these topics. I mean, if you think that this examination workshop helped you, give you some fast tracks, I'm sorry that there's no actually fast tracks. You have to understand all these things. But if you have good planning, good time management, and good timetabling, that should not be an important problem to you. So, I mean, from this, I think we can conclude that you should spend more time, make sure that you understand section B, which is more important, and more marks will be allocated to them. But for the rest of them, you spend more or less equal time. And actually, you could not have any chance of not studying any section at all. You should study all the sections. Don't try to tips, and don't try to skip any of the sections because that would be very, very dangerous. If you can't answer any part of the questions, that would be quite dangerous, actually. Next, we'll look at another important or very interesting aspect of the syllabus, and this is about company secretary or governance professional. As I've said, for the rest of the workshop, I just mentioned company secretary, but it could also refer to governance professional. Now, in here, what did they say about the syllabus? They say that the aim of the module is to provide advanced knowledge and skills. So that's not just basic technical knowledge, but advanced knowledge and skill, which is necessary for the company secretary or the governance professional to act as the chief advisor to the board. So that is the second aspect in this module. It's not about the rules and regulations, but it is about the practices. You're going to advise the board about what is the best practice to the board and also best practice in relation to stakeholders, right? So the focus in here will be the practice, not just the knowledge and the skills. So the advice to you when you're revising your syllabus would be that you have to stop sometimes after studying a section, and you have to stop and think what would be the best practice in a particular scenario. Because in all the long questions, you will be given a scenario and you will sometimes be asked to give an advice on what is the best practice in this situation. What should the company do? What should the company secretary advise the board to do, etc., etc. So it's not just a knowledge thing, it's also a skill thing. What is the skill that is required for the company secretary? What should he or she do when he or she is facing this particular situation? So that is, I think, is a more difficult part of the question, asking you to apply the knowledge to a scenario and give good advice and good practice is a bit more difficult. And it can come up in various forms and it can catch you by surprise. You don't actually know what will be asked. So very often, candidates are really panicked when they see the question, oh, that is something which I have not seen in the study guide. What should I do, So because the aim of this syllabus is to ask you to be a good advisor to the board and a good advisor to the company, and what is the best practice in relations to corporate governance. So you should bear it in mind and think about the application side of the syllabus. Again, let's go through some of the words that mention the role of company secretary in different sections. So you can see that company secretary has been mentioned every time in the various sections. Now, for example, in section A, it says the role of company secretary in corporate governance. All right, so the number of things in here as a board communicator and as advisors to the board or senior management, etc., etc. Company secretary as a conscience of the company. Company secretary building trust, the due role of the company secretary. You can see that these are uh, these are some of the important role of the company secretary in a company, and that is why questions have always been asked about the due roles. We will look at some of the examples later on. And question has been asked about the conscience of the company, etc., etc. So, I mean, this often comes up in your examinations, and you should be well prepared by thinking about the role of the company secretary. What should the company do? What is their duty in relation to these things? So again, you can see this very similar things come up in Section B. Section B is the role of the company secretary in governance role, appointment and removal of governance, reporting lines, and remuneration. So that's the appointment things in relation to the company secretary, and the role of the company secretary in performance evaluations and board effectiveness. And again, you can see the role of company secretary in financial reporting, the role in relations to audit committee, the role in relations to external auditors. You can see when you look at this in detail, then you can really link to some of the questions that they actually ask you about these things. Ask you what should the company secretary do in relations to audit committee or the external auditor, the role of the company secretary in building ethical culture, and the role of company secretary in CSR and ESG reporting. So that's quite a lot of things in here. And then the role of the company secretary in risk management, that is in Section D. And the role of company secretary in stakeholder engagement and shareholder engagement and board engagement and all these things, that is in Section E. So this repeats that, questions have been asked on the role of company secretary. And it is very important that when you are studying, then you have to think about what should a company secretary advise the board to do. What is his position? What is the role? So I think that is something you need to remember when you do your revisions. And actually, some of these answers are based on common sense. It may not appear in any of your study guide. You're not actually asked to recite materials from the study guide. So you're given a scenario and you will be asked about the role of company secretary in a particular matter. So what is the practice? What is the skills that is required from the company secretary, etc., etc. So I mean, this part is a bit more open-ended, and when you do your revisions, as long as you think when you close the book and think, what should the company secretary do, then probably you will come up with some sensible answers. Don't worry if it doesn't appear in any of the questions before. Don't worry if the question asks you something that you have not thought about before. Just use your common sense and apply the knowledge to this problem. As long as you can put sensible answers, reasonable answers, marks will be awarded. Remember one thing, even though you look at the answers or the marking scheme given by the institute, the marker may not necessarily follow all the marks right? So that some allowance will be given to the markers if you can give sensible answers, reasonable answers, and marks will also be allocated. So don't worry too much. If you see something new, something which is quite unfamiliarized with, Now, just give you some examples. In here, this is an example which asks about the role of company secretary. And they actually say that with reference to the three main roles of the company secretary: governance, advising the board of directors and senior management, and communications, analyze, blah, 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 etc., etc. So you can see that in here, let me see, where is this? I forgot where is this. Okay. The role of the um, the company secretary. So you can see in section A, it's in here. It's about the role of governance, corporate secretary in relations to governance, advising the board of directors and senior management, and in relations to communications. You can see that these three things actually comes up in the examination questions. So long as you understand this when you do your revisions, uh, just apply the knowledge, apply what you've learned to the scenario, right? So each question will have a different setting. They will have a different scenario, but don't worry. But as long as you understand the role of company secretary in these things, then you can give good advice and explain how the company secretary should do uh, to help to resolve some of the problems faced by the company, or if there's any conflicts between the, usually question will be asked about the conflicts between company secretary as well as the the conflict between the CEO and the chairman. So in that case, you should be able to have some good discussion on how a company secretary should do. And you can see that this question really comes up again in June. This is in November. And again, it's discussing the four main roles of company secretary: governance, statutory regulation compliance, advising the board on senior management, and communications. Like these are exactly the four things we have mentioned in here. So governance, compliance, advising, communications. So you are to give advice to the board of directors how the company secretary can help the company on some of the particular corporate governance issues. Right? So, I mean, when you look at the syllabus, they actually have given you sufficient tips on what would be asked, right? So if you understand this quite well, then that's fine. You should be able to give good answers, even though those answers have not been, it's not in the study guide, or even though the answer is not quite familiarized to you. Just use your common sense approach. Uh, just apply what you have learned to the questions. Right. So here are some of the comments from the examiner, and I think just take a brief look at the comments. The one comment would be inadequate preparations for the examinations. So this is what I've said earlier, is that some students or some candidates did not actually revise all the parts of the syllabus. I know that because of time, because of this or that, it's not really possible for you to revise all the syllabus well, and they just try to focus on one or two areas and ignore completely the other areas. I think that is a very dangerous to do so. My advice is that even though you can focus on some particular topics, but do not leave all the other topics uh, not studied. You should study all the topics, but maybe you can focus on some of the more important ones. But at least you can talk something very basic about the less important topics. I think that's the minimum requirement. You should be able to demonstrate some basic technical knowledge on all the areas, uh, even though it may not be too substantial, too advanced knowledge. At least you can say something about some basic things. Just like the director's duty. I really see candidates unable to answer what are the duties of directors, and they are really, really, uh, they do not really prepare the examination very well, because this is something very basic actually. Do not study the materials well. I know that there are quite a lot of materials online, and they are not able to study it because of time. So time management is very important. So don't think that um, you can have some tips. Um, Sorry about this. Um, the third one is that do not cover all the parts of the syllabus. I think that's what we have said earlier. Just pay attention to certain topics, not able to provide relevant answers. We will look at more of this when we look at the questions itself. Unable to apply the theories and concepts. So that's about the application side. So when you are given a scenario, this is something you may have seen in your study guide, right? But this is something which you need an application. So you have to apply the thing. They're not asking you to recite all you have learned from the study materials. They're asking you to apply these materials um, and apply this concept to this scenario. So what the examiner is expecting is that you are answering the questions. You're answering the facts in this particular um, scenario. You don't give some very general answer. Um, for example, if there's a conflict between this or that, then you should say what's of conflict and how to resolve the conflict, not just something really very general. Simply memorize the past papers. That is um, one thing which is quite arguable whether you should read the past paper or not. And we'll deal with that later on. So when I say what is meant by inadequate preparations, so what is the basic material things that you should prepare yourself before going to the examination room? I think this is the list of the things that you should be aware of. No, don't tell me that you don't know about CG code when you go to the examination room. Don't tell me that you don't know about the listing rules, the relevant listing rules when you go to the examination room. These are very basic because you need to apply these concepts. If you don't have this concept, how can you apply the concepts, So these are very basic, and just remind you that, the name of uh, the appendix number has been changed. Don't use the appendix 14 now. You just change it in appendix C1, for example. And some of the students don't look at this, some of the basic things. Of course, this is the most important, but you should at least know about some of the guidelines, the in relations to corporate governance. And even in the in UK, these guidelines are very important. Questions has been asked before, so I mean, don't leave any of these things. Don't ignore any of these things. Right? Don't leave anything unstudied. At least you can have a look at what is the King for code as well. So these are some very basic materials. I just don't want to scare you about, but at least for the rest, at least you have to read it once and have some idea what they are, even though they may not be related to the Hong Kong, because Hong Kong is an international city. We usually look at the international standard, and we have to at least comply with some of the international standards. So my advice is that you really need to look at some of these basic codes and guidelines first, and then at least you understand what these other things are, because questions have often been come up in relation to these questions, to these materials. Just give you one example. Questions have been asked on these various things. So that's quite dangerous if you miss any of these basic materials. That's why you see that the examiner's comment is that, oh, you do not read these things and you do not understand these things very well. I mean, for this module, I think the Corporate Governance Code, the Appendix C1, is one of the most important code. So when you go into the examination room, make sure that you you have adequate knowledge on these things. Next, just give you one example, and you can see that question has actually been asked in relation to internal control and in relation to rotation of auditors, and you should quite the relevant provisions. Now, one thing is that students or candidates always ask is, should I remember the details of the numbers of the code provisions, just like a D 2.1 or E 3.3? It would be very difficult for you to memorize. I can't memorize these numbers. I think if you can explain the principles so that you understand what it means, I think that would be good enough. You just mentioned under the code provisions, and then you state the meaning of that code provisions. I think that should be good enough. Marks will be given to you already. For example, in this case, if you can say that under the code provisions, the board should ensure that there's a review of the effectiveness of the risk management and internal control system, and you should conduct this annually and report to the shareholders in the CG report. You mentioned some of these things. That's good enough. You don't need to mention the code number, right? Because the marker will know that you do understand the thing, and marks will be given if you have a correct explanations. But most of the cases, candidates even do not know that this is the requirement under the code provisions. I mean, that would be very dangerous. Another example would be the rotation of auditors. What is the requirement is that the audit committee should review and monitor the independence and objectivity of the external auditors. So that is in the code provision again. So whether or not you can mention the code provision is another thing. As long as you are able to explain this requirement, marks will be given. Right? Marks will be given. If you have super good memories, you can still memorize those code provisions. No one stopped you from doing so. But what I'm saying is that at the minimum, you should understand, or you should write down, or able to explain the essence of the code provisions, the important points in the code provisions, and you have time and you can have good memories, then by all means memorize uh, the code provisions. That may give you a little bit more marks. I don't know, but that would be very impressive to the marker as well as the examiner. So again, in all, as you can see, it comes up the code provision number 2, but then 5, 7, 8. The role of the internal audits, the relevant code provisions in all these different aspects. So what I've said so far is that you have to understand your study guide and your syllabus. Make sure that you can cover all parts of the syllabus. Secondly, you should understand that company secretary is important in this syllabus, the module. You have to understand the role of the company secretary in different situations. You should be able to apply the knowledge to the different scenario, and you should be able to discuss the best practice, what the company secretary should advise to the board in relations to matters relating to corporate governance. So that is another thing. And the third thing is that you should have a good knowledge of some of the basic materials, right? So these are something which is basic, and I mean, usually when you study your study guide, you don't read it as a whole document, right? When it's about risk management, only those code provisions related to risk management will be discussed. But after you have read all the things, I think it is good practice for you to look at the whole document again, make sure that you have a good understanding of the different provisions and the Appendix C1 and some of the listing rules are the most important thing. You can't go to the examination room without good knowledge of some of these basic materials. Right, I think so far that is about the fundamental things I want to discuss with you. So later on, we will take a look at the questions from the syllabus and look at what actually is the examiner asking about, and look a little bit more details of the focuses on each of the questions. So we'll start with section A first. So next, we take a closer look at this section A of the syllabus. As we have looked before, there are 4 subtopics within this section, which is issues and definitions related to corporate governance. And this is by far the most simple and the easiest part of the syllabus. A2 is about historical development of corporate governance. A3 is on the role of company secretary, corporate governance professionals in relations to governance, and there are other governance issues. So we take a closer look at the different parts of the syllabus so that I just give you a very quick overview of what you need to understand. So for the first part, the definition part, you can see is about the some definition, what is meant by corporate governance, some theories about corporate governance. So I mean, if you look at the syllabus, the first thing you ask yourself, am I able to write something on each of the topics mentioned in the syllabus? Can I mention something on agency conflict? Can I mention something on agency cost or stakeholder theory? So this is the very basic thing when you do your revisions. And then we have the approaches to corporate governance things, which is what's meant by shareholder value approach, what's meant by stakeholder approach, inclusive stakeholder approach, enlightened shareholder approach, the convergence of the approaches to corporate governance, and the difference between soft law and hard law. As we will see later, actually, the question has been asked about some of these topics, actually. And thirdly, it's about principle of corporate governance, responsibility, accountability, transparency, and fairness. So again, question asked on some of these areas. Reputational management is important. Corporate governance framework, which is the laws, regulations, rule-based, principle-based, hybrid approach, compile or explain, comply, apply or explain, compile or else, and all these other things. And then it's about implementations of the governance framework, assimilations of corporate governance practices, etc., etc. And finally, it's about governance and management, right? Consequence of weak practices, etc. So, bearing in mind this topic first, we'll take a look at some of the questions, and they actually ask one or several of these topics in the questions. Now, A2 is about historical development as well as the CG code in Hong Kong and the SFC principle of responsible ownership and the exchange CG guide for the board of directors. So as I mentioned earlier, these are some of the basic materials that you should get yourself familiarized with before you go to the examination room. The third area is on the role of company secretary in corporate governance. So as mentioned in here earlier, it's about the role in governance, in compliance, in giving advice, in being a communicator, and all the other responsibilities. And that is something we've seen earlier. It's about the company secretary as a conscience of the company and building trust. And then there's something really straightforward is about the qualification and skills of the company secretary, the positions in the company secretary, and the due role and the independence of company secretary, the liability, and about something about outsourcing of company secretary. And the last part is a little bit miscellaneous. It's about company secretary in various places and other countries. And there's some other issues like composition of a board, financial reporting. Actually, some of these issues will be dealt with in later sections in more detail, right? So sexual harassment in workplace. So this also important. Make sure that company have sufficient policy and guidelines in some of these matters, shareholder dialogue, and etc., etc. So these are the 4 basic sections in section A, and look at this about what has been asked in section A1. I mean A1 only. I'm just talking about A1, not A2, A3, and A4. And actually, quite a lot of marks have been allocated previously on this section, A1, You can see in here there's some distribution of marks, 5 marks to 10 marks have been asked. But some of these marks are actually, you can say that there's a little bit overlapping with the other sections, just like board of directors and stakeholder relationships and social responsibility. That's something, there may be some overlapping. You can classify them as A1, but you can also classify them as the other sections. But basically, 5 to 10 marks are allocated to this A1 section. So it will become a very, very important a topic for you to do your revisions. And usually this is in section A, which is the short questions. So A1 short question will usually be asked on some of the topics in A1. I mean, I don't think that this is a rule, but that is what appears to be within the 3 years, So you have to bear this in mind when you do your revisions. Now let's take a look at some of the questions and what do they want from the answer in here. Now, just give you some examples. The first one is question 1, which is accountability and transparency are the core principles of corporate governance. Explain why transparency is the core principle and how it can aid accountability. Now, as usual, I will give about 1 minute for you to think before I move on, so that you can just write down very briefly what you would write in your answers. So I will give you 1 minute and just write down what the main point or what you would answer. You don't need to give a detailed answer, but just a short outline of what you will be writing. Okay, so I suppose that you have written down something in your notes. Actually, I've given you the outline in here. For the next few questions, I will give you the outline. In here, you can see that the 2 questions in here explain why transparency is one of the core principles and why transparency, how transparency can help accountability. Now, if you still remember what we have been talking about, actually, that's the part in A1, which is related to accountability and transparency. So you can see that these two words also comes up in your um, examination questions and in your syllabus. So you should not be panicked. If you revise your things well, you should know that, okay, this is from A1. I've learned about this in the study guide. I should be able to write something on this. So that's good, right? Now let's take a look at what the study material says about accountability and transparency. Now, I'll just select some of the things in here. It says firstly, transparency, this refers to the ease which an outsider is able to make a meaningful analysis of the company and about its financial and the non-financial aspects. It refers to the clarity of the process in making decisions and carrying out them. So transparency can build up trust between the stakeholders and the company and those interact with the company. So that's all you know about transparency. So it's basically explain what is transparency in this paragraph. So what should a company do in relation to transparency? The company should be open in all the actions, relationship, process, and decision making. This includes tenders, recruitment, and disclosures about business performance and risks. And secondly, companies should ensure that the disclosure is timely and accurately on all the materials matters, including financial situations, performance, ownership, etc., etc. So those interested in the company need to know about it in order to make informed decisions when dealing with it. Information disclosure need to be timely and to be benefit to its recipients. It can be delivered through press releases, market releases, annual reports, and the company's website. Organizations should have policies in place about the disclosure of information, what information should be public, and what information should be kept secret, who has authority to disclose, and when, and so on. They should have a policy and process on how information should be kept confidential once it is classified as confidential information. So that gives you an idea about what the company should do in relation to transparency, something which is transparent and something which is not that transparent. And you should have some guidelines and policies in relation to the information. So that's all you have in your study materials. But the question asks you about the transparency. Explain why transparency is one of the core principles in the corporate governance. Now let's take a look at what is accountability also. Now it says in here, somewhere in the study guide says that accountability and transparency are two of the four principles in corporate governance. And then corporate reporting falls within the context of corporate governance and involves the concepts of transparency and accountability. Now, probably this is what you have seen in your study materials. But is that all you need to write down in your answer? Are you answering this question by writing down all the things from the study materials? Now remember our questions. Why transparency is a core principle? Now, why is it an important course principles? You have an answer from here. Why is that it is a core principle? I think you get some of the answers in here, right? Transparency and building trust. So that is why. So what is it and why? Why is it so important? The question asks about not what is it, but why. So in your answer, you should focus on why. Why is transparency is very important to corporate governance? Now, it also gives you some some um, explanations, but it doesn't um, give a very clear answers to why. So it's somewhere in here it mentioned that it gives the outsider able to make a meaningful analysis of the company. Now, what does that mean? It means that the transparency enables the outsiders to assess the companies and the operation of the company and uh, the structures for the things within the company. I think that will also give you an explanation of why this is so important. Bearing in mind that what I want to say is that in the study guide, you don't have a straightforward answers to why is it important, but it gives you some hints so that if you understand that, oh, this enables the outsider to make a meaningful analysis of the company, then you understand why is it so important. The fact is that people can assess your information, assess your company, and make informed decisions so that they know whether to buy your shares or not. If you're not transparent, then how do I know whether you will be profitable in the future or not? I don't know what is your strategy. I don't know what is your projects, what is your investment. How do I know that you will be successful or not? So, I mean, by being transparent, as the shareholders or stakeholders or investors will be able to assess the company's operations and can give a more uh, they can make a more informed decisions about your company. So that's probably all you can read from this paragraph. But is that enough to answer why is it so important? Maybe we can say that, okay, the one important reason would be to build up trust, as mentioned in the study guide. The second reason may be to have an access to the company informations. But are there other reasons why transparency is important? So I don't think you can find out any more answers from the study material. So in that case, you have to actually sit down and think of some good reasons why the transparency is important. I mean, as I've said, you're not supposed to memorize everything from the study guide and then write it down in your answer. This is not what you are supposed to do. What you need to apply and show your understanding of these things. Probably you would think about why is this just I think you need really spend a half a minute to 1 minute in the examination room and ask yourself why is it so important? Why is it an important principle? And this is the most difficult part. Is you need to really be cool and calm in the examination room to think about what are the other reasons. Can I think of other reasons? So bearing in mind that usually, for every um, um, points that you make, probably you will get 1 mark for each of the points. Say just like, oh, it can build up trust, you may get 1 mark for that. It can build up informations that shareholders can know more about the company, so that would be another mark. So usually think about 4 to 5 different reasons. And for each of the reasons, you may be given 1 mark for that, because that's a Section A question, question 1. 5 marks will be allocated for that. So what would be the other reasons? So the other reasons may not appear in the study materials, but by common sense, why is it important to the financial market? Why is it important to the company itself? It's important to the outsiders. It's important to the shareholders. We have explained that, right? Because it can build up trust. But to the company, why is it so important? Then you need to think about if you know that you are being transparent and everybody is looking at you, then what would be the effect on the company? That is the question. If you know that you are being watched, you are being monitored, what would the behavior of the company be in that case? I would say that the company will, if they know that they will be monitored, they will make sure that they comply with all the rules and regulations, and they will be behaving better in that case, because you know that you're being watched. Just like a CCTV, if there's CCTV watching you, then probably you will be more behaved. You don't do something which is a misconduct. So in this case, I think one of the reasons may be that it helps the company to behave better, make sure that they're not committing anything which is unlawful, because everything is transparent. And how is it good to the overall industry, the market, or the financial industry? I think the simple answer is that it is also very important, because it enables people to trust your system, trust your financial system, trust your security market. Then people will know that, well, everything will be open and transparent, and it will not be, there will not be any dark market or any market which is hiding the things. They will have more confidence in your market, and overall speaking, to the society in general, that is very important. The investor will have trust in your security industry, will have trust in your financial industry, especially in Hong Kong, we're an international financial center. And in that case, you need the people to trust that your company is doing things which are proper. So basically, that would help you to understand why transparency is important in corporate governance. It's one of the very important. So if you know this, then when you do your study, you can extend it to other areas. It's not just transparency, but you can think about why is responsibility important to corporate governance? Why is accountability important? Why is fairness important? When you do your study, when you do your revisions, the good thing about past paper is not to recite the answer, but to look at the question and extend the questions to some other related areas. Because if they have asked about transparency, probably transparency will not be asked again, or will not be asked in this particular angle. Then you have to think about the other angles, how it will be asked. But for the other questions, and you have to think about it in similar way, because that would help you. I mean, when you look at your study guide, probably they will explain you how or what. They may not give you an answer to why. Then it may be beneficial to you when you're doing your revision to think about what would be the situation if the question changed a little bit to responsibility, to accountability, and to fairness. I mean, that would help you in your revisions, right? So try to think about why, say, accountability would be important to corporate governance, etc., etc. When you do your revision, just the point I want to make is that try to extend this question to the other areas in the syllabus. That would be very, very helpful in your revisions. And secondly, the question asks how it can aid accountability. Now, remember, in this question, they don't ask you what is accountability, what is transparency. No. You just think about this. Don't misread the question. The question does not want you to answer what is accountability, what is transparency. It's a quite difficult question. I would say it's quite difficult question. Is that how transparency can help accountability? And then you can see there's a crossover in here. They're not directly asking you, what is this, what is that? They're asking you how accountability can help in transparency, that is a bit difficult part as well. I mean, so it doesn't look as simple as it is. You have to understand what actually the question is asking before you can give a good answer. I mean, candidates can give pages and pages of answer, but they're irrelevant, and marks will not be given to any of these questions if they're irrelevant, that's the whole point. So how can transparency aid accountability? Well, again, there's no answer that you can copy from the study guide. Then what you need in this case is to sit down and think, right? What should be the answer, how could it aid the accountability? So if this transparency, if you know who is doing what, if you know who is the board and who is the chairman of the audit committee, and if you know that something wrong with the financial reporting properly, you can hold whoever will be more should be more accountable in that case. Because it is transparent, you know who is doing what, then you can hold the companies to account, you can hold the responsible person to be more accountable. I think that would be one of the points that you can explain in your answer. It also requires the company to set out who is accountable for what and who should be accountable, for example. So when you say transparency, that means it's open to the public. So when it's open to the public, then accountability means that who is accountable to do what. And by combining these two, then probably you know that this enables the stakeholder or shareholders or investors to point out who should be accountable for what because of their positions, because of the role in the company, right? So I think the simple answer is that it can help the company or the shareholders to identify who should be responsible for what, and therefore who should be more liable in that case. Right. Okay. So I think that is a good illustration of the part one. This example, and you can, when you do your revisions, there are a lot of things that you can really think of. I mean, most of candidates I don't have time or just want to recite everything. This is not a very good approach. The good approach is to think, use more of your brain to think, and this is more important. All right, then we can move on to question 2. And again, this is an example from section A again. The question is this: explain the difference between governance of a company and the management of a company. Now, as I mentioned, again, this is in your syllabus, governance and management in A1. And question is asked about governance and management. That will be a little bit easier than the first question. So again, I will give you 1 minute and think about how you would structure your answer. 1 minute. Okay, I think you have some idea of what it is. So I think for this question, it's a bit more straightforward than the last one. So all you need to explain are the differences. Now remember, if this is a part A1 question, or a part section A, the compulsory part, which is the 5-mark question, our aim is to get as much marks as we can, 4 to 5 marks. At least the pass mark is 3 marks. Okay, so at least you should aim at getting 3 marks, and we should try to get the most out of it. Try to get 4 to 5 marks if it is possible. I don't have much to say about these two general concepts. I think by now you should understand what is meant by corporate governance and what is meant by company management. I think the answer should be quite straightforward in this case. So what you need to do is to explain what is meant by corporate governance, what is the definition of corporate governance, etc., etc. So that is somewhere in section A1 as well. So you have to give definitions. For example, corporate governance is a system in which the company is directed and controlled. So in that case, governance means that you are controlling the company, make sure that the business of the company is conducted properly, make sure that the company have good structures, good policies, and good procedures. That is, I think, the main thing about the governance. That means that you have to ensure your company is conducting properly. Whereas when you think about management, this is simply about how the company operate. And you know that the operation refers to the day-to-day management of the company. So in our case, in this case, who is responsible for the governance? What's the difference? I mean, who is responsible for the management? I think the answer is quite simple. By now, you should know that the board of directors would be responsible for the governance, and the management is responsible for the operations of the um, company. You know. And what else can you discuss about? Apart from the definitions, we can discuss the meaning, the definitions. We can discuss who is responsible to do what, and we can discuss about the delegations of power. You know, so the government, the board of directors, can delegate the powers um, to the committees. But generally, they have their overall responsibilities. All right. Whereas the management, as you can see, management is about the management team. So it's headed by the CEO of the company or the managing director of the company. So I think by now you should understand the difference between board of directors and the executive uh, people, the management people. You know, it's very confusing. Actually, um, I mean, when we use the word manager, um, it really means different things in different subjects. You know, we'll say uh, managers in the management book. It could refer to the directors as well. I mean, it will be very confusing. But in CG, when we say management, we are referring to the senior management and even the junior management, the executive team. You know, so I think by now you should understand the management. The managers are those people who are the full-time employee of the company. They're doing the day-to-day operation of the company, and they are responsible for the operations uh, of the company. They are doing everything right within the company, just like the CFO, the COO, and the human resources directors, or the public relations people. So these are the people we call it as the senior management people. You know, so they can delegate their work to the junior management team, or they work together as a team. You know, so the head of the management, of course, will be the CEO, or you can say it's the executive directors. So I think by now you should have some understanding the difference between what's meant by the governance and management. In short, it is the difference between the role of the board of directors and the role of the executive team. Executive team will include the executive directors together with the people in the senior management. I think so long as you can give good explanations of these things, that would be good enough. You know, 5 marks, at least you have to give 3 to 4 comparisons, compare the definitions, comparing who are the person responsible, comparing whether they can delegate, maybe comparing the jobs and roles in the company. I think you can just give some comparison, reasonable comparison, then you would get uh, enough marks to get a pass. You know? All right, I think this is basically a really simple questions. I'll show you the answer in the in the PowerPoint. You will be having the answer to this question in the PowerPoint later. But for the presentation, I do not show you the answers. You can always look at the answer yourself as well. Now, the other question, which is another interesting question, is about apply and explain, and apply or explain. All right. So again, I will give you 1 minute. Think about what you will answer in for this question, and then we can take a look at how to approach these questions. Okay, so you can see that this is again a very fundamental concept. It's related to apply and explain and comply or explain. So if you look at here, then you can see that it is from here. The concept of apply or explain or comply or explain. So that is in the corporate governance framework in here. Now, of course, you can see there's a rule-based approach, principle-based approach as well, So that's sort of the framework, the CG framework in here. Now, of course, this is a very fundamental concept. I think most of you should be able to understand this, right? Again, our aim is to get at least 3 to 5 marks for this particular questions. I mean, what is apply and explain, and what is comply or explain? So even though it is a simple question, I would say that in that examination, I mean the June 2023 examinations, some candidates were unable to give a good explanation of these two different approaches. What does that mean? That is what the examiners has mentioned, that you are unable to have adequate revisions of the topic. And that is the point. Because you need really to understand this very basic concept in this first chapter before you can, explain the other topics in the subsequent chapters. So what does apply and explain? So it means that the governance principle must be applied. You have to apply first. All right. So some candidates cannot explain this approach. In short, it means that the code provision and the principle in this case must be applied. You have to apply it. There's no room for you to deviate. And you have to explain how you apply this principle. Because you are applying principle, that means it's just a matter of principle. So some allowance is given to you because what you're applying is not specific practice, but apply the principle. Basically, it means the governance principles in the code that you have to apply, And that is the reason why I say and. You apply and explain how you apply. So that is the key point in this concept, in this approach. Whereas you say comply or explain, I think for this one, most of the candidates were able to answer this part because um, uh, that's what the Hong Kong Code provision is using. So this approach is when your company is either apply the code provisions or explain. This is all. That means you can deviate, but you have to explain why you do not do it, why it's not appropriate for you not to use this approach. So most of the candidates were able to explain this because that is what the Hong Kong CG code or the UK CG code are using. We are using the apply or explain approach. We have to explain in our annual report or interim report why some of the code provisions have not been complied with. Then, of course, the other approach, apply and explain approach, examples would be the King 4 code in South Africa and the What's governance principle for large private companies. They use the apply and explain approach, right? So you apply the principles to your situation, and in your annual report, you have to explain how you do it, right? Now, the question doesn't ask you about the differences. They don't ask you about the just the advantages, right? They explain why is the advantages of this as compared with the comply or explain approach. So I mean, what is the advantage of apply and explain maybe over the comply or explain approach? I mean, that is the key questions in here. The question in here is that what is the advantage of this approach as compared with the comply or explain approach? Now, in your answer, you have to mention some of the advantages of apply and explain. For example, you can say that, apply and explain will give greater flexibility to apply the principles based on the circumstances of the company. You are not required to comply with detailed provisions, right? For example, in Hong Kong, we say, we have at least a free INED. So this is very specific. You either comply it or not comply it. But if it's a principle, then you have to explain how you comply with the principle under your circumstances. So in this case, the company can adjust the individual circumstances. This gives more flexibility to the company, and the company will be more voluntarily follow the code, the principles, because you can adjust how you would apply your principles to your company. Then you will follow it, but just follow it according to your circumstances, according to your circumstances. But If this is a comply or explain approach, that means you have to comply with. Once you comply with this one, you just put a tick. So it's called a tick box approach. You just put a tick. Oh, I have complied with rule number one, complied with rule number two. So you have to simply tick the boxes in relation to the compliance. So, I mean, that has been criticized because you don't need to put your thoughts on it. As long as free INED, just put a tick. I don't think I need to think about whether 4 INED may be better, 5 INED may be better, or even 6 INED may be better. As long as I comply with the free INED principles, that's it. I comply with. I don't need to put any more thoughts on the numbers. So, so the apply and explain is intended to reduce this by requiring the company to apply the principles to their circumstances. So instead of tick box approach, they need to really think about how many INED should I need in my case for my company. If you're a small company, maybe you don't need to have a free INED, and maybe you just need to have 2 INED is enough, So I mean, the differences would be that the advantages, the focus on this question would be the advantages of apply and explain, right? Basically over the comply or explain approach. I mean, if you read this question more carefully, you will understand what they want from you in your answer. You understand? It's not simply explain what is it, explain what is this and what is that. That is simply um, a question on why is it apply and explain better than compile or explain. Now, how do you get 3 to 4 marks in this case? Firstly, you have to define what these two terms are, explain these two terms more clearly. Secondly, you can use some examples to explain these two terms. And thirdly, you have to say under what circumstances would it speak better than the others. I hope that by doing more illustration or explaining some of these concepts, you can better prepare yourself. As usual, if this question has been asked, then probably it would be advisable to look at other approaches as well. When you extend your understanding to the other concept, don't just focus on this one, right? So what is comply or else? They haven't asked you comply or else. They just comply or explain. Now we are comply and explain, or comply or explain. It's just a little bit different. So I mean, you have to extend your reading, extend your revisions to other areas, and that will be more beneficial when you read the past papers. Now we take a look at the fourth question, and again, I just give you 1 minute to look at the questions and write down what you would say in your answer. Just outline what you say in your answer. again, as you can see, this question asks you about a different aspect of A1, and that is the approach. So even though a question is set on A1, the content of the question can be very different. Now you can see that is in the definition sections. It says about stakeholder approach, shareholder approach, inclusive stakeholder approach, and enlightened shareholder approach. So, I mean, the question asks you about the three of them, but they have not asked you for the rest. I mean, as a good preparation, you should also be able to understand or explain the other approaches as well. Now, what is enlightened shareholder value, and what is shareholder value, and what is stakeholder approach? I mean, I think most of you could give a good explanation. This is the ABC of the corporate governance. Shareholder approach really means that the board of directors should govern the company in the best interest of the shareholders. So you have to explain these three approaches first: shareholder approach, and then stakeholder approach, and then finally an enlightened shareholder approach. I mean, for the shareholder approach, basically, I think you understand that this is the is important for the company to consider the best interest of the shareholder. So we call this a shareholder primacy. The whole purpose of the company is to increase the share value of the shares, the value of the shares. That means you have to do things which can increase the share price, or to give more dividend. That is basically the shareholder approach. So this is the whole purpose of the company, is to give more value to the shares, to create more values to the shares. When we say about stakeholder approach, we are referring to the interests of the stakeholders, so that the board of directors should have regard to the interests of the stakeholders in the company, which include the employees and the environment, and not just consider the shareholder interest. The board may need to balance the interests of the various stakeholders when they make decisions, but the interests of the stakeholders should be put into consideration when they make business decisions within the company. So, I mean, you have to firstly explain the differences between shareholder and stakeholder approach. And section 172, so even though it is a law in UK, you still need to know about this, and because this is in your syllabus, actually, as I mentioned. So don't think that, oh, it's about UK law, I can ignore everything about UK law, I can ignore everything about South Africa Code, King's Code, for example. No, you can't do that, right? Any words written in the syllabus, you have to have some understanding. So even though you don't understand the Section 172 of the UK Companies Act, you should have some understanding of what is meant by enlightened shareholder approach. And you have to give a good explanation of what is meant by enlightened shareholder approach. But it will be better if you can cite or explain 172, because as I've said, you have to have good technical knowledge on the subject matter. In section 172, the company have to consider a lot of things. it's a duty of the directors in order to promote the success of the company and in order to benefit the shareholders as a whole, they have to make some considerations. And the considerations would be the long-term consequence of their actions, of the business decisions, the interests of the employees. That is what they need to consider. The relationship with the suppliers, customers, and other people, the impact of the operations on the environment, and the desirability on its reputations, good standard of business conduct, as well as to act fairly between the shareholders. So these will be the things that the company should consider when they make business decisions. The reason for doing so is that this will lead to long-term success of a company. This will promote the success of a company as well as for the benefits of the shareholders. So it's called enlightened shareholder approach. I mean, you have to, in short, what they say is that you have to consider the interests of stakeholders so that the company can promote the success and benefit the shareholders. So you have to explain the difference between enlightened shareholder approach and the stakeholder approach. I mean, for this enlightened shareholder approach, you do not require to act for the benefit of the stakeholders. For the shareholder approach, you have to act only for the benefit of the shareholders. For the stakeholder approach, you have to act only for the benefit of the stakeholders, but you have to balance if there's any conflict of interest. All right. In order to make the decisions, you have to balance the interest if there's any conflict. So I think the difference between the enlightened shareholder approach is that you're not putting the shareholder interest in the first place. You're not putting the stakeholders' interest in the first place. What you're doing is that you have to consider the stakeholder interest in order to promote the success of the company for the benefits of the shareholders. So in that case, it's a bit reconcile between the stakeholder approach and the shareholder approach. That's why I say it's a reconcile. You're reconciling the shareholder approach as well as the stakeholder approach. What they are saying is that you are not putting this in the first place. You are not putting this as in the first place. You're thinking of the stakeholder interest when you consider the shareholders' value. So I would say that that is a reconcile of the shareholders and the stakeholders approach, because it requires the directors to act in a way they consider to be in good faith, and they have to take the stakeholders' interest into considerations, but their decision will be most likely to promote the success of the company and for the benefit of the members as a whole. So I think this is again a very basic concept in corporate governance, and you need to have a good understanding of these different approaches. So my advice is that if this has been asked, you better take a look at the other topics as well. Again, you have the shareholder primacy theory, the stakeholder theory, and the other various theories. Now, this is the fifth question. Again, give you 1 minute to think about these questions. All right. So this is about principles-based approach and rule-based approach, and you have to distinguish the two. You have to explain the differences and give an example of the places which practice the principle-based approach or the rule-based approach. I mean, we know that the principle-based approach is that there's a set of voluntary best practices, and these are the principles, and you can apply those principles. So the difference is that if it's a principle, basically it is a voluntary practices. You don't need to comply with this. If you're unable to comply with this, then you may need to explain. So that is the Hong Kong CG code. And in this code, you have to apply the principles under the CG code. Whereas the rule-based approach is the USA example, the Sarbanes-Oxley Act. And you have to apply the rules because that is law and that is regulations and that is a standard you're required to comply with. So Sarbanes-Oxley Act is something that you need to comply with. So it's a rule-based approach, just like law and regulations in Hong Kong. So they ask you about the advantages and disadvantages of principle-based approach. I think in your structure, I think you should firstly say, I will answer principle-based approach, then I will answer rule-based approach, and I will mention the advantages of principle-based and the disadvantages of principle-based. I think that is basically how you structure your answer, and that basically will give you a good pass mark if you do so. And this is pretty straightforward. It's not very difficult. So we have explained what is principle-based, and we have given examples. We have explained what is rule-based, and we have given examples. So what is the advantages of principle-based approach? Basically, because it is voluntary, it is flexible, and it allows the company to do practices according to the situations. So I mean, that is the good thing about the principle based. This is not as rigid as the rule-based approach. It allows the company to make judgment so that they could promote the success. So it's not mandatory. You won't have consequence if you do not follow these principles. You have to explain why, but there's a certain degree of flexibility in here. But this advantage is also a disadvantage in itself because because of this cannot be enforced in the same way as a rule-based approach. So for the rule-based approach, it will be a crime, or you will have legal consequence because this is a law. It will have legal consequence if you do not follow those practices. So that means it's difficult to enforce this one. And once they have given some reasons, maybe you can't have any sanctions. You cannot fine them if they fail to follow these principles or guidelines. So this is one of the disadvantage. So how can you ensure that you have good governance if you do not protect your shareholders and stakeholders? I mean, in the rule-based approach, they say, oh, we have these guidelines, we have these principles, we have these laws and regulations, and they are good, and you have to comply with them so that the shareholders' interests or the stakeholders' interests will be protected. But whereas in this case, for the principle-based approach, you cannot say so because you are allowed to deviate. This is simply a voluntary set of rules. So the approach the Hong Kong using is this hybrid approach that we do have. So the code of practice is voluntary. It's sort of voluntary in nature, but we do have some laws and regulations, just like the SFO, the Security and Futures Ordinance. So we do have some compulsory laws and regulations which govern the listed companies, and therefore one way to resolve the problem of the disadvantage of principle approach is to use this hybrid approach. We have strict laws on insider dealings and with strict laws on various securities regulations, and this is to supplement the code of conduct or code of practice in the CG codes. So again, you can see in the last question, they asked you something on comply or explain, apply or explain, but now the question is changed and they focus on the definition of rule-based and principle-based approach. Now we look at 1.6. Does it look very similar to the earlier question 1.5? 1.6 is June 2022. 1.5 is 2021, November. So that is after about 3 years. Another question comes up, which I think is 90% similar. But you can see the point I want to make is that these sort of things don't come up very often. It may come up 5 years, 3 to 5 years later, so there's no point in memorizing the past paper because the question will be asked and a little bit asked differently. So there's a difference. This asks about the difference between the principle-based and the rule-based. So in this question, they ask you about the advantages and disadvantages of principle-based approach. That is the marks will be given you. You have given the advantages and disadvantages, but if you don't mention about the advantages and disadvantages, you don't have marks on that. You simply explain the differences, that may be only 2 marks or 3 marks, right? But whereas this case, they don't ask you about the differences, but they just ask you what are the differences. So I mean, the approach, even though the question is the same, the approach is a little bit different anyway. So the requirement in the answer is a little bit different anyway. I mean, that is a point. So I think we have explained what is rule-based approach, what is principle-based approach. So I think for that part of the answer, it is more or less the same. Cyber-Nosley Act is the example of rule-based approach, and you fail to apply the rule-based approach, then you will have consequences because that's law. If you do not comply with law, you will be fined or imprisoned. The directors may be imprisoned or they may be disqualified. So there's very strict rules and regulations and laws, whereas the principle base is more voluntary in nature. So we have this code provision in Appendix 3.1, and that is more or less um, voluntary in nature. So that is the difference between the code provisions and the principle based and the rule based approach. I mean, the answer between 1.5 and 1.6 are basically the same. Maybe you just need to give a little bit more explanations on each of these things and elaborate a little bit more on the rule base and a little bit more on the principle base. And I think that's it, Um, the principle base is more flexible and because of different circumstances, the company will be left to make their own decisions, what is in their best interest, whereas in the rule-based approach, the companies are regulated under the same regulations. So there's no deviance in that case. So what I want to say is that even though the questions are very similar, they only come up once in every 3 to 5 years. So don't rely on the past answers and don't recite the past answers because the focus of the question will be different and the way they ask will be a little bit different, and you should be aware of this. Now let's take a look at one important slide in here. Now what you can see, what can you conclude from this slide? So we'll look at 6 questions from A1 section, or A1 sections, and we have 6 questions. So what does that tell you about? What does that tell you about? All right, from here, I think you can see that even though the question is in A1 and it ranges from 5 to 10 marks, they are actually asking different aspects of AI, and they don't come up very much the same. They can argue different things. We haven't looked at reputational management, so that's come up very recently in the June examinations. So it's something new. Don't expect that that it's a A1, and every time they ask you the same thing. And they can ask you things which ranges throughout the whole syllabus. As you can see in here, sometimes they ask in here. So all parts of the syllabus have been asked before. And I think one good suggestion to you is that when you do your revisions, try to try to look at the syllabus and see which part they're asking, which part they have not been asking, and make sure that you also revise the part they're not asking. Also, don't just rely on the part they have asked before. Just make sure that you also revise the part that they have not asked, because you don't have the answer to these the parts that they have not revised, they have not asked, and you should be more careful about it. I think that's one very important conclusions that we can draw from here. Now remember, there are 5 sections in A1, and there's another section which is called A2. Now, it's good to say that for A2, it's relatively less questions have been asked on A2, but that doesn't mean that they won't ask you questions on A2, you know. They just ask you 1 or 2 questions once in a while. Why? It's not because they are not important, but things like Appendix C1 now have been asked in other parts of the questions already. So there's no point in particularly ask you a question on this one. As you can see in some questions, we'll go to some of these questions later on, that these sort of things has been asked in other parts of the question. So there's some repetitions in here, right? History, not very often asked, but you never knows about this. All right, so for this questions, for this section A2, the only question I can find out which is relevant is this principle of responsible ownership. They do ask you about this one, and they do come up in the examinations. The one in here is this one in here. Again, I give you 1 minute to think about this, and let's come back to this question after that. Okay, so that's not a very commonly set questions. It comes up once a while, and it could catch a lot of people because this is not very popular. You may not have revised this principles, and therefore you're unable to give an answer on this. I mean, it's Appendix C1 is so popular, everybody knows about this. listing rule is so popular. I think there's no problem about this. But occasionally, they could ask you something which is really comes up very infrequently. So what you need to do is to understand what is meant by the principle of responsible ownership. Is it for the company or not for the company? The answer is that it is not for the companies. These are the principle or guidelines for the investors, for the shareholders. So I mean, you have to make sure that the starting point is correct. This is about the principles to assist the investors to determine how to meet their responsibility. They are the owners. Who are the owners? The shareholders are the owners. And the owners should also be responsible. So in this case, this is about the investors and the investors' responsibility. I mean, this is very good. In this question, they have actually given you some hints. Don't talk about corporate governance. Don't talk about the company's role. Now we're shifting. We're looking at the investor's role. And of course, in particular, this is about the institutional investors, those big investors with lots of money to invest in a company. And that is the role of the investors in the company. So the question in here is, what step should an investor take, and what do they disclose, whether they are considering to adopt the principle or not? I mean, they're not strictly speaking asked you about the principles, but they ask you about the steps they should take. Maybe we have a quick revision over what this principle of responsible ownership is. This is by SFC, and again, this is not a code, this is not a law, these are just general principles, right? So they are non-binding in nature, they're voluntary in nature. So the investors, they are encouraged to adopt the principles by disclosing to the stakeholders what they have done and whether they apply the principle, or disclose how they have applied the principle and explain those aspects of the principles that do not apply or cannot apply. And the investors who may think that some of the principles are not relevant to them, they have to disclose and explain clearly why they do not adopt those principles. So remember, one thing is that this is for institutional investors. This is not for the company itself. Although it looks very similar to the comply or explain principle, you can think of this as the comply or explain principle for institutional investors. So the subject itself is very different. To make sure that you don't misunderstand that, because that will be a failure if you don't understand the purpose of these principles. So in short, what they are saying is that the institutional investors could apply the principle or explain why they cannot apply them, and they have to explain them to their stakeholders. This is not the company stakeholder, but to the stakeholder of these institutional investors. So I think for this point, you have to be very clear about the concept. So this is not supposed to be a tick box approach. They don't say, oh, we have say how many principles are there? 7, or let me say 7 principles. You just say, oh, we have applied principle 1, principle 2. You don't simply state that whether you apply the principle, but you have to explain how you apply those principles, and that is the point. Just to give one example, they have to, um, I mean, as a revision, I think it would be better if you have, if you understand the seven principles under this principle of responsible ownership first. I mean, just like the code provision, just in the C1, you have to understand the code provisions. In this case, you have to understand the the seven principles in this principles in here. Now, in short, just to give you a very quick overview, the principle one is that the investors should establish and report to the stakeholders the policy for discharging their ownership responsibilities. Right? So they have to report to the stakeholders how they discharge the responsibility as the owners. Principle two will be the investors should monitor and engage with the investee companies. So they should actively engage with the companies that they have invested. Principle number three is that the investors should consider and establish clear policy on when they will escalate their engagement activities. They should have some policy to say that under what circumstances they would escalate their engagement activities. And principle number four is that investors should have clear policy on how to vote, on the voting guidance. That is to say, on how they would vote in the investee companies. And principle five says that the investors should be willing to act collectively with other investors where appropriate. So they can take actions with other institutional investors or the retail investors if necessary. And principle six says that the investors should report to the stakeholders on how they have discharged their ownership responsibilities. And finally, principle seven says that when investing on behalf of clients, investors should have policy on managing conflict of interest. So these are the different principles. At least you have to understand these seven principles. I don't know whether this principle will be asked or not, but that's not. I mean, this is not relevant to this question here. In this question, you are not asked about what are the seven principles in this principle of responsible ownership. But what I want to say is that you must revise and you must take a look at what this principle mean in order to understand how they will be applied to the institutional investors. I mean, for the seven principles that I mentioned, at least you have some understanding of what are these principles. So the question actually asks you, what steps should they take when consider whether to adopt the principles? As I mentioned, there's no need for them to adopt the principle. This voluntary is not binding at all, and it's only that they are encouraged to adopt those principles. So they have to say to the stakeholder whether they have applied the principle in their entirety, all the principle or not, the seven principles that I mentioned, whether they have applied the principle and discuss and disclose how this has been done, or explain why some of the principles do not or cannot be applied to this particular institutional investors. So if they think that they're relevant, so they are encouraged to disclose to the stakeholders and explain why the principle have been applied and why they have not been applied, and explain the alternative methods if they have not been applied. So, I mean, this should not be a tick box approach. And if they have decided not to apply the policy on, for example, shareholder engagement, um, it cannot be said to have adopted the principle. So they have to explain to stakeholders why the principle have not been adopted at the outset and explain what the alternative methods have been disclosed. So I mean, that is the approach suggested to the uh, institutional investors. So what I say is that I would suggest you to look at the principles and understand how this will be applied by the institutional investors. So as an investors, whether you are institutional investor or retail investors, you do have the right to speak and vote on the matters that can influence the way in which the business is conducted. And as an owner of a company, you should not blindly delegate this responsibility. So you should really understand what the company is doing and should not blindly delegate the responsibility to whoever is running the company. And they can employ agents to act on their behalf, but the investors, the shareholders, should ensure that their ownership responsibility are appropriately discharged by those agents. So, I mean, that is the principle that they can delegate that the responsibility to agents, but ultimately they have to ensure that this ownership responsibility discharged by the agent. And the institutional investors, they can appoint external services provider to help them to perform some of the shareholder engagement activities, but they cannot delegate their responsibility as the shareholders to the service provider. So what it means is that they can ask the external service provider to do some of the shareholder engagement activities instead of the investor going to engage in those activities. But the overall responsibility still remain on the shareholders instead of the service providers. They should remain responsible for ensuring those activities are carried out in a manner inconsistent with their own policy. I mean, I would suggest that you have some understanding of this principles of responsible ownership. Just some reading on these principles. You can download this from the website so that you know what exactly it is in your revisions, right? Now, just to give one more examples of the principles of this responsible ownership. For example, the investors should have a clear policy on the voting guidance. So, in other words, the investor should seek to vote for the shares they held. If they hold 1 million shares, they should vote on all the 1 million shares, right? If there's not possible for them to vote on this 1 million shares, they should disclose the reasons why they cannot vote on all the 1 million shares. And they should not automatically support what the board say. They have to think whether the decision or the resolution is appropriate or not. So in in specific situation, it is possible for the investor to vote for a resolution. Say if it's 1 million shares, they can say have 100,000 shares voting for the resolution and 900,000 shares voting against a particular resolution. And that really depends on the client's specific mandate. So they can do so only on specific instructions from their clients. And they can also engage with the invested company, and they can come up with some outcome. And if they do not agree with a certain resolutions, then they should abstain from voting, or they should vote against a specific resolution in the meetings. So these are some of the principles that they have to follow when they are investing in your company, in a particular company. And if they're unable to do so, they should disclose with their reasons to their stakeholders. So in that case, that is some of the examples of the principle of responsible ownership. And this is not a very popular topic. I know that most candidates may have ignored this one in their revisions. So just remind you to have a look at some of these principles when you never know whether a question will come up and whether a 5-mark question or even more marks will come up in the examination. So I think you should better prepare yourself for on this particular subject. So similarly, this is another topic which doesn't come up very frequently, and my suggestion is that you should take a look at it, and this you should be able to say something on this, understand what that is, and this is only particular for the directors of those companies in the exchange. All right, I think that's the A2 part, and then we can continue with the other part and illustrate how the questions are set so that you can have a better understanding of the examination structures. Now we continue with section A3. Section A3, as you can see, is about the role of the company secretary. Now, for this section, quite a lot of long questions have been asked before. And it requires candidates to analyze the scenario in the questions. So unlike the short questions, which are quite simple and only 4 to 5 marks, for this type of scenario type or case type of questions, you need to read the scenario and pick up some of the points, and you need to explain or analyze those things and give your viewpoint on your analysis. So maybe we can take a look at some of these examples, and you may understand how the questions are being asked so that you can better prepare yourself for this examination. Probably the most common or the easiest type of question is on the requirement and the qualification of company secretary, but it could also ask some other aspect of the company secretary in the company, the role of the company secretary. Now, as you can see in here, actually the syllabus state very clearly there are 4 to 5 roles of the company secretary in governance, in compliance, in advising the board, And this is the part which has been regularly asked before, and you're being asked to advise the board of directors or the senior management about certain matters. And it is a good, it should serve as a good board's communicator and other responsibilities. So maybe we can take a look at how the questions are set on these topics. Now, the first example I've selected here is a question which is quite simple. It's a 5-mark question. It asks you to describe how a company secretary can ensure its company secretary to give an independent advice to the board. Now, quite a lot of candidates may have misread the question a little bit. The question in here is about how the company can ensure. That is to say, what are the requirements or what are the practice for the company so as to ensure that the company secretary is able to give independent advice. So, I mean, in here, you have to differentiate the questions. If a question asks you, how can a company secretary give an independent advice? It may be a little bit different from how a company can ensure its company secretary is able to give independent advice. I mean, you have to read the question, the wordings, really a little bit carefully. Now, I should give you 1 minute to take a look at this question and think about what is the approach for these questions. Right, as you can see in here, the examiner says that the performance in this question was not entirely satisfactory. That means some of the candidates gave a wrong answer or not answering what the examiner expect them to answer. So maybe we can think of it in another way, is that under what circumstances would an advice not be independent? So what does it mean by independent? Maybe you need to give some explanation of what is meant by an independent advice. Independent of what, and also you may need to know a little bit about the code provisions, and you have to apply the code provisions so as to apply those code provisions so that you can give a more solid answers. All right. Now, what is about the independence in here? And actually, questions have always been asked about this. It's about the due role of the company secretaries. The due roles in here means that on one hand, it is reported to the chairman of the board on matters related to the corporate governance as a company secretary. So usually a company secretary has several roles. They could be a company lawyer, they could be other officers in the company as well. And On the other hand, being a company secretary, they should be responsible, or they should report directly to the board of directors, the chairman of the board. So in this case, why is that there's an independent? Why? Because there may be bias. Because if you are reporting to the CEO, then there may be some conflict between the CEO and the chairman of the board. As we can see later in some of the case problem, question has been set, and there are scenarios in which there are conflicts between the CEO and the chairman of the board. Now, as a company secretary, since the chairman is your boss and your CEO is also your boss in relation to the executive matters, to whom should you be responsible to, or what should you do? What should be your practice? The two bosses are in conflict. So that's why the guideline always emphasize that the company secretary has to be independent because of the problem in these reporting lines. Of course, as a company secretary, the reporting line must be to the chairman of the board. But if the company secretary has an executive role, then the reporting line could be to the executive directors. So we have to be aware of this problem, and therefore, when you answer this problem, then you can explain why is there a need to be independent. How are they independent? That is to say, we don't want the company secretary to have any bias, trust the manager or trust the CEO. Why? Because these are the people who they regularly work with. They are the employees of the company, so they will be seeing each other supposedly every day. Unlike a chairman of a board, which doesn't often come to the company. So I mean that's a possibility that that the company secretary may have a bias, trust the manager or the senior management. Now, how can we ensure that that the board of that the company secretary is independent? And that is the question here: is how does the company ensure that he is not biased? He has no bias, trust the manager or executive. Therefore, the answer to this question is probably that if the company want to ensure that the company secretary can give independent advice to the board, to the board itself, then it must have power to control the company secretary. And the control is in the form of selections and dismissal of the company, and the reporting line to the company. And that is how the board can ensure that the advice given is not biased. That is, there's some influence over the company secretary. Now, therefore, appointment and dismissal by the board is one of the power given to the board to ensure that if they see that the company secretary has some is doing things which are not quite independent and has bias, then they could of course dismiss them. And the second thing is the remunerations. So the remuneration is not set by the executive directors or the managers. Supposedly, the executive directors could be set by the board. So the remunerations of the company secretary should be set by the board. And also, the evaluations of the company secretary should also be carried out by the board or members of the board, and not by the senior management. So I think this is only part of the question, which focuses on how the company can do the things. Of course, in other questions, you may need to give more detail and more applications, more explanations of why and independence is needed. But so far as this question is concerned, you only need to describe the power of the directors, the board of directors over the company secretary. I think that should be sufficient for the purpose of this for these questions. Next, we can see a very similar question. It is also about the independence of the directors of the company secretary, but it is in the form of the problem questions. Now, let's see what it says in here. It says that with reference to the three main roles of the company secretary: governance, advising the board, and communications, and that is the three. Let me see. Yeah, the three roles that we have seen in the syllabus. So you are going to advise a company secretary of the independent role, and you're actually given a conflict situations, and you are asked what skills should demonstrate so as to resolve or reduce the conflict. And here you're given a scenario about a conflict between the chairman and the executive directors and the CEO. So you can see, although topics are very similar, the setting is very different. And in this question, you need to apply the principles to the scenario. So I will give you about 1 minute and take a look at the scenario in this question. And please jot down some notes on the independence of the company secretary and what should they do. Now, in particular, you can see that they ask you about what are the skills that could help to resolve the conflict. So what the skills require. So maybe you have to think about what are the skills which are required for a company secretary. And that is very important. And probably the skills, they don't ask you very clearly about the skills that you can see about the syllabus in here. They they mentioned a little bit about the skills, but they don't give a very detailed list of the skills. All right, they just mentioned something like interpersonal skills or the commercial skills or some business acumen, things like that. In your syllabus. So in that case, the question about the skills is a little bit based on some common sense, and what should the person do when there's a conflict? It's a conflict resolution skills, probably you don't have a very straightforward answer from your study guide. So this is an area which I think most candidates will feel difficult because that is not in the study guide, and you can't recite some material from the study guide. But don't worry, what you need to do now is to just calm down and the examination conditions and think about what are the skills really need to resolve any conflict, and not just the directors and the CEO. It could be any employees of the company. If there's any dispute, if there's a quarrel, how should a company secretary or any persons deal with those conflicts? So the examples given here demonstrate that sometimes questions are asked on something which is quite practical, which is quite which you need to use your common sense to solve the problem. So again, I just give you 1 minute, and let's see what you've got in here. Oh, I will give you the the details of the case in here. Just give you 1 minute, and let's see how you respond. Right, I think you have probably read some of the materials in here. When we approach a problem like this, firstly, we have to make sure who is who, because otherwise it will be very confusing. The chairman is called Bob. The company secretary is called Kate, and the CEO is called David. So firstly, you have to underline who is who and make sure that you understand who is who in your questions first. I think the problem, the scenario is a little bit simple. There's a conflict between the CEO and the chairman, Bob and David. So Bob is the chair, David is the CEO. So there's a disagreement, and this disagreement is quite heated, and it really surfaced in front of the other board members. And one of the problems is that the board doesn't agree with the company secretary, the company's strategy for the next year. So the chairman complained the CEO in front of Kate. So that means the complaint is in front of the company secretary. So the company secretary is the middle person. He hears the complaint from the chairman that the CEO behavior, or that the CEO was disorganized, that the CEO lacks strategic reason. So this is the complaint to Kate about things about the CEO. And then the CEO talks about the Kate. The CEO talks to Kate and complain about the chairman. Sorry. So the CEO spoke to Kate and complained the chairman. about certain methods, the behavior, very rude, very aggressive, and things like that. So this just gives you a scenario, a very simple scenario. And David said that he thought that Bob was taking too much of case time in the governance. Now that is another point that you should pick up and then discuss something in your answer. When say Bob is taking too much of case time on governance and and uh, um, and Kate should spend more time as an in-house lawyer and things like that. So I hope that you have picked up these points from the questions and see how you would approach it. Now remember the problem in here you have to address in here is this one. Oh, is that um, with reference to the three main roles, so what should the um, um, company secretary, what are the skills that's required to solve the dispute, and how she could be she have an independent role. Remembering here that we have a 15 marks questions. So if it's a 15 marks questions, you really are expected to write a little bit more. That is at least 3 times the 5 marks questions. If 5 marks question you have to answer in 1 page, at least you have to have 3 to 4 pages of answer. Now the point in here is that we have to divide the answer into different paragraphs, which according to the question, firstly you should discuss the role of the uh, uh, company secretary, uh, and then you analyze the skills and the independence and the skills. So basically, we can follow the structure of the questions. Oh, sorry, it's not in here. All right. So I mean, for the structure of the answer, you should firstly discuss the role in governance, advising, and the communication first, and then you will discuss what's meant by independence. Well, for this part, it's quite similar to what I've seen in the earlier questions. And thirdly, you need to discuss the skills. So I would probably divide the answer into 3 parts. The firstly, about the roles of company secretary in relations to independence in these 3 areas. And then what's meant by independence and what are the skills that is required um, to resolve the dispute between the CEO and the um, chairman of the board. So I mean, um, the questions is a little bit um, open-ended in the ways that if you discuss anything which really is related and is sensible, I think marks would be given, right? So what you need to demonstrate is to understand what is the role of company secretary and in relations to the independence role in here. Now, of course, the most important role is in the governance role of the company secretary. It has to ensure that um, the board and everybody comply with the regulations, and that sort of things. So the important thing in here that you need to mention is about the independence. That means they should be independent of the CEO, and they should be independent of the directors, right? So the point about independent is that they have to give advice in an impartial way. No, it is not because it's the favorite of the CEO, then you should advise them according to what the CEO wants or what the chairman wants. To be impartial means that you have to give advice which is good to the company, for the benefit of the company, and not for a particular person, So they should represent, the company secretary should represent the company as a whole, or the board as a whole, and not independent not in individuals or particular interests within the board or within any group, So and in here you can see the problem with due roles, because this company secretary has to report to the chairman of the board. Now, what is meant by independent in this case? If you need to be report to the chairman, does it mean that you are independent or you are not independent? Now, the point about being impartial or independent is that you have to give independent judgment. So you don't say that the chairman must be correct or the CEO must always be correct. That's not the case. No, they have to think about the different viewpoint, and they see what is the disagreement. The whole thing is that the company secretary should not take sides. All right, they should see what is in the best interest of the company. And again, as we can see, this company secretary also reports to the CEO as an in-house lawyer. So again, she should not take side of the CEO in any conflict between the chairman. So so we look at the conflict itself. The conflict is really in relations to the matters relating to the governance. So we can see in here that, let me see. The questions say that there's a disagreement, that there's disorganized strategic visions, and then being rude and being aggressive. So these are the things not related to the role as an in-house lawyer, probably. So these are the roles which are more or less related to governance, whether the strategy is good or bad strategy. So I think these are more or less related to the governance matters. So here is the point then about the governance and the role as an independent person. So what should they do in relations to this governance matter? I think the point is because of this, they should know whether it's a good strategy or not. A good strategy is not for the company secretary to probably give advice, because they are the company secretary. So supposedly it's the board which give advice on the company strategies. They can participate, but they should not take a role to formulate the strategy, because that is not the role of company secretary. Anyway, I mean, in terms of the governance, what she need to do is ensure that the board can give a good judgment on the strategy of the company. So her role is not in the particular practical issues, but to enable the board as a whole to form a good judgment. So in that case, I think she has to make the board more effective, and she should actually act as a bridge to reduce the conflict between the chair and the CEO, and make sure that the message has been brought to each of the parties, and hopefully to reduce the conflict. So the point in here is that the company secretary should not take any side. And there's one point in here is that the CEO complained that the company secretary has spent too much time with the chairman, and she need more time to do the in-house lawyer's work. Now, but the point is that David should not interfere with that role as a company secretary. And if she get this complaint, how should she handle this complaint? If the boss say that you need to spend more time in my department and not the other department, So in that case, I think the point is that the company secretary should think very deeply about her role. Is it that she could not spend more time as an in-house lawyer? If that is the case, then she has to raise this point out to the chairman of the board and ensure that she can satisfy her role as a company secretary, because primarily she is a company secretary, and if she cannot spend time as an in-house lawyer, then she should make it known to the chairman of the board and let them make appropriate decisions. So the second role is on the advice of the chairman of the management, advising the board and the management. And I think that is quite simple for this part of the role. They should ensure that there's a defined role at the board level and the dedicated authorities from the board to the committees, and the responsibility to the senior management. So what is the role as the company secretary? Then the company secretary should ensure that there's a division of responsibility, and the role should be carefully delineated. And I mean, as far as the division of responsibility is concerned, then they should spell it out very clearly. What is the responsibility, and they should have a formal record of this sort of division of responsibility. And as far as the conflict is concerned, I think the advice given should be that the case should play a role in helping to resolve the conflict. If there's any conflict that she sees that is very serious, that could be detrimental to the company. And for the communications, I think the company secretary should use the communication skill to enable this dialogue, fruitful dialogue between the members in the board. Now, how to resolve the conflict? I mean, that is the quite open-ended as well. I mean, how can she resolve the conflict? I think that it's basically depends on the communication skill, ensure the views are taken, ensure that the board can form a uh, good decisions, ensure that the dialogue between the members of the board are effective. So so in this case, we can also say that the company secretary should be a good listener. They should listen the complaints and handle those complaints. Um, and they have to use the communication skill to resolve the conflicts. We're not saying who is right or who is wrong, but they should use their communication skill to resolve any conflicts. So in that case, what are the other skills that she should demonstrate? Well, she should be able to inspire trust and confidence from the chairman and the CEO and the other members of the board. She has to show integrity in her behavior. So that may be the other um, skills that she should have, and she have to have sufficient confidence and resilience to operate effectively in difficult situations. So I mean, she should be calm um, and use an authoritative approach to the governance issues and the conflict situations as a company secretary. So I mean, the skills that are required is basically quite open-ended, and you can discuss various other skills as well. Management skill, interpersonal skills, for example, good working relationship with the board members and senior management. And you can also talk about EQ. I think marks will be given if any of these are sensible enough, in the discussions. Um, how to improve the situation? Maybe um, the company secretary should bring it up in the board evaluations. Is there any problem with the uh, with the board, and they should conduct evaluation of the board. We will look into more details about board evaluations later, but you can bring out the point about uh, evaluations to settle any these complaints between the directors. You know, because, for example, if you have external evaluations, uh, then the directors could speak more freely to the third-party evaluators, which are not really connected with the company. So the board may be more prepared to accept the suggestions from the external evaluators and see how the board can be improved. So I mean, for this part of the question, I mean um, as long as you can structure your your answer, and any answer which are good and sensible, I think marks could also be given. So I mean, apart from those mentioned in your marking scheme or whatever, uh, uh, I think it's more open-ended, and this sort of things should be welcomed by the candidates, because you don't need too much about the book work. Actually, it's about how to solve a conflict, and conflict really comes up a lot of time, and the question about due roles and conflict really come up quite a lot of time, and you should well prepare yourself. Uh, Maybe the scenario given in the next question, I mean, in your coming question, maybe a little bit different, but the nature itself is more or less the same. It's about independent and about the conflict, how to settle conflicts. So these are some some key points that you can discuss in the in your answers. Now let's take a look at one question which is a little bit different. And again, I just give you 1 minute and see what is your approach. Just write down what you would answer for these questions. Now, again, you can see that this is a scenario type of questions, and you have to underline the main points that you may discuss in your answer, So one thing in here about the company secretary is that they did not communicate with the NED well enough, and the NED has to contact the ED directly for information. I mean, that is quite serious, and the company secretary has failed in her role as a good communicator. Another point is that she was not happy about how the company secretary deal with the board agendas and board papers. So that is another issue. So I mean, that's got the two big problem in here is about board agendas and board papers. And the point about it is set at the last minutes, and the agenda papers was not properly scheduled. So I mean, this is quite a practical questions in certain way, how to schedule your paper and how to ensure that your paper is not distributed in a rush, and about papers were distributed directly by email did not arrive until 1 or 2 days before the meeting. So is that too bad if it is 1 or 2 days before the meeting? So it really depends on the paper. There's really a lot of papers, we need more time to digest, and of course 1 or 2 days are not sufficient. So I think the papers are a mixture of different formats by the executive team. So is that the fault of the company secretary? If the papers prepared in a different format, of course you can improve and say, oh, you can skip them a format. And if it's too long, how you deal with this? If it's different format, how you will deal with this? I mean, as a matter of common sense, you know what to answer already. But if you want to give a good answer, then you have to think of the reason why is that there's a mixture of different formats. Why is that the executive team uh, give a mixture of formats, you know? Mm. And why is it too long? Is that the problem with the company secretary? Of course, for a simple answer, oh, they should be not too long, etc., etc. You know, and you can see even in a short paragraph like this, they give you lots and lots of information about the company secretary, um, the problem with her, and the problem with the board papers. That's why you can see it's a 9-mark question. It's quite a lot actually. You have to pick up a lot of things in your discussions. So basically, you can see that there are two main problems. The first problem is in relations to the NED, and the second problem is in relations to the board agendas and the board papers. So you can see this is also part of your syllabus. The syllabus write down very clearly the role of the company secretary as an advisor and as a communicator. So in certain ways, actually the company secretary failed to do so, you know. Now, of course, in here, you can see the role of the company secretary in relations to the board communications. Because they have to support the board. I just mentioned again in here that the role of the company secretary is not in the decision making of the company. It's the board of directors who has the authority to make business decisions. I mean, sometimes candidates do confuse the role of the company secretary from that of the board. Supposedly, the company secretary does not have any voting power in the board meetings, you know, in such a way that she cannot make any decisions for the company, and she should not do so. So what is the role of the company secretary is simply to provide sufficient information to the board so as the board can make a good informed decision so that the information given to the board are sufficient, so adequate, and in good time. You know? And that is the problem. Now, of course, in your answer, you could refer to the code provisions. And I think there's a code provision which says that the company secretary plays a role in supporting the board, make sure that there's a good flow of information in to the board of directors. Remember that some of the members of the board are non-executive directors. That means they do not have the very detailed information about the operations of the company. It depends on the company secretary to give them those informations. So in that case, the company secretary should give appropriate advice and appropriate services to the board members, you know, and they must ensure that the board procedures, laws, and regulations are followed. So this is the role of the company secretary. So don't be confused with the role of the directors. The company secretary are not the directors. So, so the key role of the company secretary is in facilitating board communications. So what does it mean by facilitating board communications? It means that the company secretary should make sure that the information can flow from the executive to the board members. Right? To the board members means all the board members, all the committee members, as well as the senior management. So that is one way from the management to the board. And the role of the company secretary should also be a good communicator of information from the board to the management. So there's a two-way flow of information. That means anything that the informations that the board needs to know, then the company secretary should provide those informations to the board of directors and ensure that they got sufficient information. So on the other hand, what the board has decided has to be communicated to the senior management or the executive team. So it's a good two-way communications. Ensure that there's information flowing between the parties because the company secretary is the facilitator. He or she is the middleman, supposedly. So that's why in relation to this complaint, it is quite serious because the NED could not get information and they have to get the information from the executive directors, which is not very good because supposedly company secretary is the primary point of contact between the NED and the company. They should not ask the executive directors for information. They should firstly contact the company secretary for information. So they should engage the NED. NED, as I mentioned earlier, is not the employee of the company. They are not the people working day to day in that particular company. So that means you need to be more actively or proactively engage those NED so that the NED can fulfill the role as an NED. If you don't give them information, so how can they vote based on good information? So if the information is biased, then of course there may be problem in the voting and in the decisions that is being made through those voting. So I mean, the company secretary needs to engage the NEDs because he has all these informations and they can give good advice. Of course, you can see that the problem is not very good. The problem in here is should not happen. NED should not. I mean, if there's a good information, the NED should get those information already. They shouldn't need to ask the executive directors for the information. So the company secretary should ensure that the proper channel of communications or anything which they may the NED may need to know, they should be the first point of contact actually. And then the second thing in here is the board agendas were set in the last minutes and they're not properly scheduled. So that is the second issue that you should discuss in more detail. So that relates to first thing is the time. That is to say, the timeliness of the information provided in the board pack is not sufficient. They should improve the delivery of information in good time. So the board should ensure that the policies should be communicated effectively to the management and the company secretary as the facilitator do not have those informations. The informations come from the board of directors. So they need to ask the board of directors, or they need to, or similarly, the company secretary need to ask the senior management for those informations. Remember, the information is not generated by the company secretary, so it's from the board or from the senior management. So the role of the company secretary is a facilitator. So they should facilitate information flow between the board and the executive team. So so what the company sec need to do is that they should have good working relationship with the board and the chairman of the board, and good working relationship with the management team, so as they could um, um, receive the uh, information in good time. Actually, this is a requirement in the code provisions that the information should be accurate, clear, in good time, complete, and reliable. So, so that hopefully could solve the problem of the time matters. Now, another thing is that the agenda items are not properly scheduled. So if there's a problem with the agenda item, then is it the role of the company secretary to decide on the agenda items? Maybe what the company secretary can do is to draft the standardized agenda items. But there may be other agenda items in the mind of the board themselves. So, I mean, is it because the board did not give the company secretary those information so that they have not put in the gender, and that the gender is not proper? Is that the case? Who is responsible for drawing up and approving the agenda? Supposedly, it's the chairman of the board. The chairperson should be able to draw up and approve the agenda for each of the board meetings. So they're talking about the board meeting. And actually, it's the chairman's responsibility for the agenda items. And the chairman they know what to put in, what to discuss, because the company secretary do not know what they want to discuss. There may be new projects in mind. There may be new investment in their mind. They need to decide whether they should invest in project A or project B. So these are not the concern of the company secretary. Do you see the point? The point is the company secretary is a middleman. They have to ensure some of the information can go to the board so that the board can make the decision. The decision maker is not the company secretary. And you have to bear in mind this point. So the chairman actually should be responsible for those agenda things. And what the company secretary need to do is to give sufficient advice and to enable all the things are proper, and that supposedly the agenda thing should be the responsibility of the chairman. Now, there's a question in here. It's about, so this is the information from, so you can see this is the question asked about information from the board to whoever it is within the board itself. It's about the board meeting. It's about the board gender and the board meeting. It's not about the general meeting. So don't be confused. It's about the board meeting in here. Now, of course, when the board has to decide on several things, they rely on the executive team and the reports from the executive team. Now, in here, you can see the complaint is that, the papers are in different format and the papers are too long. So is it the fault of the company secretary to give a long report? Supposedly, it's not the fault of the company secretary. She's not supposedly to draft some of the report. Maybe it's the HR manager who is going to write the report to the directors. Maybe it's the finance directors who give the report. So supposedly this is not the role of the company secretary to make it shorter and more concise. But they have the role of the company secretary is simply to advise the senior management, advise those people to give clear and consistent and concise report. So as a facilitator, your role is simply to remind them to give a concise report. And maybe about the format, there may be something that the company secretary can do. The company secretary can design the format so that the format is quite standardized. So we can see even from here, these sentences, there are quite a lot of things that you can draw up and discuss. I mean, the answer is very loose, and really the candidates did not go a little bit deep in the analysis. So there are also questions about the board papers. Um, um, Now, we also need to consider how to improve the situations. So, because the question here, how to improve. So we have identified the issues, and we should improve the um, the weakness in here. So, firstly, it's about the agenda items. So, how can you improve in the agenda items? Of course, because it looks a bit too disorganized. What you need to do is to make it more organized. You can categorize the informations. So what are the things that you need to discuss in relation to strategy? What are the things you need to discuss in relation to compliance? You can really categorize the information so that it can look a little bit more tidy and a little bit more concise, so as the people can read and know immediately what what is being proposed. And when you say not properly scheduled, probably we need to have some annual plan. We can have something which is quite standardized. So in a particular year or particular month, we will discuss this in the board meeting. So you can have some standardized item first. Make sure that everybody know quite ahead in the coming months what probably will be the situations that may be discussed. So they have the board plan, and you can have an annual board plan, and you also need to ensure that all the matters have been covered and will be dealt with. Excuse me. So what they can improve is that for the executive, as I've mentioned, what they can improve is to provide a standardized format for the executive team so that they can use that guideline for the purpose of consistency. Um, if they think that there's problem with the uh, format or other matters, so you can discuss with the executive team about what you want, what is the format that you would like the people to present. And there's also one thing is about the distributions to the directors. It's about this distribution thing. It's too short. Two days is sufficient. So for the purpose of the law, there's no rule which say 7 days or whatever days that is the most appropriate. But under the code provisions, it says that a longer period may be necessary for the board meeting. Now, don't be confused with the general meeting. Probably you know the difference between general meeting and board meeting. The focus in here is about the board meeting. The question asked you the board meeting. They didn't ask you about general meeting, the meeting of shareholders in this case. So you try to focus on the board meetings, and under the code provisions, actually they need 7 days for distributions. So well, they also mentioned that the board papers which are distributed to directors by email do not arrive on time, and the papers in different format. So, I mean, how can you solve the problem of being on time? There may be several reasons for the delay. You may wait for one particular paper. You know, maybe you have scheduled around 8 papers, but all you get only is 7 papers. So you may need to wait for these particular papers before your distributions to the other board members. So in this case, you can do it in several ways. You can send away the 7 papers first so that they can have a look first. And then you can deliver the last paper later. I think this is quite acceptable because you can do something first and then you just supplement the information by the later paper. So you can send it out separately or do it later. Now, email, I think there may be a problem with the email, but I think in here we can look at another aspect in the syllabus, which is the electronic board portal for the board pack. A question has been asked about this before. It's about the use of what is a electronic portal board pack, board portal, and you could also discuss this as an improvement measures to the distributions. Right, next we look at the last section in section A, which cover quite a lot of things in here, right? It could be the corporate governance in different countries, corporate governance in not-for-profit sectors, corporate governance in family-controlled companies, corporate governance for various things, But some of these things have actually overlap with the other sections. That's like composition of the board, financial reporting. Some of the things that's overlapping, But some of the things they do stand out. It doesn't appear in the other sections. So in that case, I mean, you have to be aware of some of these topics. I mean, to be frank, this area is not very popular, but sometimes they do come up. And when they come up, you have to um, be a little bit alert whether you can answer the question involving these topic or not, because if they come up, they could be in the form of a case problem, and they could be 14 or 15 marks on one of the topics in here, just like corporate culture, or a topic on family companies and things like that, or a topic on sexual harassment, or various other things, But you have to be very careful. If this come up and it carries 14 or 15 marks and you're unable to give a good answers on one of those topics, then I think you need um, to select it wisely. Make sure that you don't lost this 14 or 15 marks. Because in this part, section A, actually covers both learning outcome 1 and 2. 2 is about application of some professional skill to solve some practical issues, some problem, and stakeholder engagement and remunerations. It also come up in other topics as well, but when they say it's about practical issues, practical skills, then as usual, I would say that sometimes it relies on your common sense. So long as you can give a good and sensible answer, that would be fine. Now, the example I've chosen is one question out of a big scenario. I think this is about a family type of a family owned, family controlled companies. Now, again, I just give you 1 minute. Take a look at this question and see, underline the key points, and also try to structure your questions, your answers. Okay, I think you have read these questions, and you can see there are quite a number of um, things in here that you can discuss, and there are a lot of issues in here that you need to pick up from the questions. Now, the first A is a private company. So I think you need to think about whether there's any difference between a private company and a public company, and why is that the question asks you about a private company? Is there any particular things that you need to discuss about your private company? So Eddie is the chair and the CEO, so we have the same problem again. No separation of the chair and the CEO, but is that an important matter, given that it is a private company and it's not governed under the listing um, the CG code. So Bella, so the finance director is called Bella. It's one of the daughter, and she's the commercial and the HR director. And you can see that there's about succession planning. Develop plans for the future ownership and governance. Now in here, the question says about future ownerships. So there's a transfer ownerships in here. So there are two things in here. Don't think that it's one thing. But the second thing is of course the future governance. How should they be governed? And then probably you need to address these 2 points as well. They want to retire in a few years' time, and they want the ownership and control to be transferred to Bella, as well as the 2 children who are not currently working in the business. So I mean, in here, then of course, there may be a problem here because can Bella be the CEO and the chair? Can the other 2 children be the CEO and the chair? In particular, they do not work in the business. So in this case, you should pick up the point how to address the problem. That firstly, Bella is the commercial head, is the human resources head. It should qualify to be the owner and should control the company. And the 2 children, again, they're not working in that business. And actually, they are in different fields. When they say they're not currently working in the business, they may be in a different field. So can they be the chair and CEO of the company in this case? So the CEO will become the non-executive chair, and they wanted Bella to be the CEO. So there's a split of the chair and CEO problem. And then there's another problem is the control of the ownership. So it's a governance problem, it's the control problem. So how can the problem be resolved if there's a disagreement between the children and Bella? So they come from 2 families, and even though they may come from the same family, there may be quarrel between the 2 children from the Eddie's family, and they may not want to take the same approach to the business. They may want something different. So the younger generation may want something different. So these are the scenarios that really you need to cover and you need to discuss. So what you need to do is that discuss the issues that they should consider when planning for the future ownerships and control. So these are the the facts given here, and you should be able to discuss some of the facts in relations to the case in here in your answer. I mean, so how would you develop your answer. Now, firstly, you can discuss the characteristics of this type of company, uh, the structure of the board and the governance issues, and the control and the governance issues in here. Now, firstly, this is the future ownership. How can they transfer the ownership? And is there any problem when they transfer the ownership? Now, bearing in mind that this is a private company, so actually the question in here is about the transfer ownership in private companies. And in Hong Kong, if we use the model articles, any transfer of shares may be subject to the discretion of the directors. So that is the Hong Kong law. In UK, usually there's the preemption issues in UK. So you should be aware of this sort of problems, because for private company, there's a restrictions in the transfer of shares. I mean, this point you have to pick it up and discuss this issues in the restriction and the transfer. And the restriction could be in the form of directors' discretions. It could be in the form of preemption rights. So whenever it is, then you should take a look at the articles when you sell the shares, because if Eddie and Sergio want to sell the shares, want to transfer shares, they have to comply with the articles of associations. They have to check the problems in relations to the transfer of shares. So, I mean, that's something they need to be concerned about. So actually, this is not a CQ question. This is a bit about the company law aspect. Then actually, because that is uh, a family type of company, and and the people who are holding the shares are actually family members. So I mean, for the transfer of control, the transfer of shares, maybe a good consultations, good discussions with the family members would be sufficient. Otherwise, the whole thing will collapse. If they do not transfer the shares and they're not the owners, then I mean there may be a problem in the successions, right? So that's the problem in the control ownership transfer ownerships. The next point that you need to address would be the point on the control of the company. You know that the company is mainly controlled by the two directors, or Eddie and Sergio in here. So what you need to answer in here is how can they make sure that the handover is a smooth handover, right? You can transfer. There are a lot of issues in here actually, because when say transfer, then how can they make sure that the company can still operate by the younger generations? Now, firstly, it's about Bella. Can Bella be qualified as a chairman and the CEO? We don't know, right? So you can have some discussion about Bella. And about the two children who are not currently working, So what can they do? What would be the good advice to the company in this case? I mean, you can appoint them to be the board members, but the point about this younger generation is that they don't have the experience, you know? And how can you provide solutions to this? Now in here, you can have a bit of options in here. Usually, I think for Bella, there's no big problem. She knows the company well, and she's one of the heads already. So I don't think that there is a big problem with that. But for at least two children, can they be the CEO? Can they be the executive directors, or take part in the senior management, or work day to day in that office? That's quite open-ended. You can discuss several possibilities. One of the possibility is that and you can ask them to be the NED first. They just sit there and understand the business of the company, and they still have the control because they're members of the board of directors. So these two will be the directors in the future, but they're not the executive directors. They may not take part in the executions and in the management of the company. They are just simply the non-executive, and you can hire someone who is an expert to be the CEO. So that's quite common for family type of companies. Alternatively, you can ask these two guys, two young gentlemen, to it may not be male, sorry. These two children to work in the company. So give them a post and let them work in the company first. So that they can acquire the sufficient skill and experience before they um, they can manage the company. You can always hire third parties or someone to be the executive directors. Um, so, I mean, any answers which are sensible will be good enough. Um, so with this, I think we have covered all the four sections. For section A, or here with some discussions about Bella and about the CEO and the two children. Right? So we're about that. So that's about the um, control or the governance issues. Oh, one more question in here is that it's not from any of the past paper in Hong Kong. Um, think about of this problem, this question. The background is that um, the board of directors are presented with something really technical, just like AI and whatever, fintech or whatever those technical thing. So probably uh, the board of director does not understand a bit about these things. So what you need to explain is that how the company secretary, uh, sorry, here, you as a company secretary can help to improve the process. How the board can overcome the issue. So you are presented with something really technical and to the board of directors, and they do need to understand how can you what is the practice that you can do so that the director have a good understanding of the technical things. Give you again 1 minute, 2 minutes to think about this. So I mean, in the examination, you can always come up with a lot of different scenarios that you have not uh, seen before. Um, and for example, this one that it's about some scenario that that's not about conflict anymore. It's about how to educate the board of directors. So again, this is a sort of practical questions. As you can see earlier, that sometimes questions are asked. You should give uh, some um, usual knowledge and to solve some of the practical issues. So this one of those practical issues here. So how can you answer if there's a technical thing? How can you educate the board of directors? And it is quite open-ended. You can think of any solutions which is sensible. I think firstly you can think about asking some technical guys to come to the company and give advice or some briefing before the board meetings. Um, Alternatively, you may ask those people to form a committee and they can have some discussions on the matters they know more about. I mean, um, the board can be composed of people from different expertise. So in this case, the um, if a particular or those people with particular expertise who are able to understand the technical things, they can form a specific committee to deal with the issues. Uh, I mean, I can write down in here. One is breathing notes. To the technical team. I mean, you can think of other things so that only those who know the subject matter can be a member. Then try to avoid jargons and see if it works or not. Try to make it as comprehensive as possible. Um, and if there's not sufficient NED, And you can consider appointing NED who have this expertise to sit in the board. And one of the problem with the company secretary is that they need to communicate and see if they need any support from the company secretary. So you may need to discuss with each of the board members, make sure that they will have the support and they will have sufficient advice. I think we can think of any points as long as they are rated and they are sensible enough. Marks will be given. So I mean, in the examination conditions, a lot of things can come up. You can come up with a different story, different scenario. You look at it at a different angle, but doesn't matter as long as you can discuss these things wisely and using your common sense. I think that's good enough. So in this section, we have covered a lot about section A. I've tried to select the questions relating to section A and for discussions. So we not only see how questions are set, we also provide you a little bit explanation. Hopefully you have some basic understanding of the thing. The first thing in this technical workshop, in this workshop number 1, is to ask you to understand the syllabus. Now, you can see in here that a lot of questions has been asked within the particular section in the syllabus. And section A is quite a popular section as well. A lot of questions, especially short questions, have been asked in section A, especially in A1. So when you prepare your thing, you make sure that you get yourself well prepared, even though it's a 5-mark questions. So understanding your syllabus is very important because the examiner also look at the same syllabus when they set the question. They said, I'll try not to overlap with what I've asked before, at least 2 to 3 years before. It's very unlikely the same question will be repeated directly in the next year. So we hope that you will have a better understanding of the thought process of the examiners, know that what they're thinking. What sort of question will be asked based on the syllabus. They look at the syllabus and they just think out of questions from the syllabus. So I mean, my advice to my students as well is that read the syllabus, ensure that every word you understand, just in case one of those words come up in the examination, you still won't get panicked because you know every word in the syllabus. At least you can write something about it. So this also gives you an idea of how much time you should spend on a particular questions. Ensure to revise all the topics. Don't leave anything not revised. So it's very important. At least you can say something about each of the thing. Ensure you know that all the words in the syllabus during the revisions. That's what I mentioned earlier. Right. So I think we'll stop in here. That is only part 1. We still have part 2 and part 3. As usual, we will discuss something on the technique first, and then we'll come back to look at some specific examples.